Now we're going to mount a standing hooded Merganzer. After he's thawed out, make sure you kind of get him, I don't know, kind of a little bit unfroze, I guess is the right word. I may be easy on him. You don't want to tear any wing feathers off or anything like that. This is going to be a standing pose, a standard hooded Merganzer. He's been bleeding like a stuck pig. Tried to rinse him a few times, but it looks like I'm just going to skin him out first, and that should take care of everything. Got a little bit of a time limit on this guy, so I gotta get her done, I guess is the right word. Now what I like to do, okay, we got him kind of even, as far as his body and everything. Find that breastbone. I tend to cut. I use the breastbone as a guide for my blade, and I'll either cut a little bit to the left or to the right of that breastbone because it's just like a ridge that sticks up. And I tend to cut a little bit to the left or the right. I do all my birds that way. I skin them out. So, I can see it. I can feel it. What I meant to say. There's the breastbone. I can feel it. I guess my main thing is get on that breastbone. And I can feel the breastbone with my finger. So I just go one side or the other and cut up from underneath. Tends to help with and you just go right up under the skin. Probably can't see it too good from that side, but there's the breast. You can even see the breastbone a little bit. I got a good brand new sharp X-Acto knife. And start peeling away from the breastbone. Try not to go too deep. You don't want to cut a lot of stuff that you don't have to. Like our bladders and stuff like that. You can actually avoid a lot of that stuff. Right up under the surface of the skin, You're going to lose a few feathers, but it's going to be on the bottom anyway. He's going to be standing. Nobody will see a thing. Pull back, see that little bit of membrane? Just like any animal. I start with the incision. A lot of times the incision, depending on the animal, a lot of times the incision depends on how he's going to be mounted. So there's a couple of things to consider. I keep going down, using that as a guide, using the breastplate bone, I guess is the right word. This right here is a guide. You see I made a good incision right next to it. And that's kind of what I got going on. And this side. I think the hooded Merganzer is like I think it's the same thing as a wood duck, whatever a wood duck is. I know the feet are the exact same color. You could paint them like wood duck feet, and you can get by just perfect. A little yellow ochre and a little black, and you're in business on the feet. You can see I'm making my incision. I'm getting wider and wider, and I'm going to go up so far. I usually go up to where the neck, almost up to where the neck starts, and then I know I'm good enough. And it's going to be sewed anyway, and you'll never see the incision anyway. But I'll get on this a little bit further, and I'll get back with you. Oh yeah, it doesn't hurt to have a little, your borax. I got some right here. It's kind of out of the frame, but yeah, I got some borax right here, and I got some paper towels. And a lot of times people will grab the tongue and pull it out. This one, I'm better off with a pair of hemostats or forceps, however you want to call them. Now it should just pop out, a lot of people will use paper towels. See how it pulled out and all that stuff had to come with it? And then you can get a little bit of paper towel or something, jab down in there, or cotton balls or something, to, you know, in case it's leaking. Get a little bit of something, cotton or something, to kind of take on some of the stuff that's going to push out. Jab it down in there to kind of keep it from leaking, and that'll work. But now back to this. I'm still going along. I think I'm close to the, well, probably not too close. You just keep, you want to be easy on the feathers. It's more tedious right here when you're just first starting. And eventually I'll get down to the wing bones, and I'll show you all that stuff. And basically you're pulling, and I see that little white membrane that where the skin is connected to the body, and I just separate it with a blade. Like you do all animals. Just, yep. Borax can kind of help dry things out, you know, while you're working. You know, eliminates that greasy feel sometimes. And so I'm still going down. Going down right there. Just using the tip of my blade to kind of cut. And what I do is I go down, especially around the tail. It can be a little tricky. The least amount of holes you can put in him, the better off you are. I mean, he's going to have probably holes where he's been shot, of course, but the least amount of holes and less repair work you can do, the sooner you'll get him mounted. I've got like a window of opportunity to mount this guy, so I have to stay on him until I get him done. But that's the way a lot of, oh, there's his anus is way down here. So yeah, I can go down a lot more. Try to not cut feathers. So I can miss all this stuff right here and not go deep. You don't have to worry about, yeah, if you're careful, see, you can keep from having to go into all that stuff and have it drip and drain everywhere and smell bad and all that stuff. So I'm just going to keep on going down. You don't have to go all the way to the anus. Some people do. You know, it's all going to get sewed up. But I'll do more separation on this guy. And so I can even go up more on the incision up this way. And I'm almost as far as I want to go, to be honest with you. Almost as far up. A lot of times I go to where I see the neck even, and that's where I end up stopping. You know, see the neck coming off the body. You don't have to look down deep in there, but you can see it. All I'm doing is just separating the skin from the membrane. And when I get to the wing bones and the leg bones, what it is, I work around the side, and I'll keep working down, but I'll get to you right before I start doing that stuff. A little tricky down here, working around these. Well, you've seen them on turkeys and other birds. Even, you know, turkeys you buy at the market that are already skinned out. You got these little things on the tailbone, these little tailbone bones, I guess is the right word. And see, I can, I'm going over that. It's a little, it's slim right there, I guess is what I'm saying. It's thin, so just be careful. I mean, the skin goes over it, so I'm going to cut it, you know. And so I got that. Those are little tailbones there. Probably getting real close to the anus, and I am. But what I'm getting at is it can be a little tricky. You're just separating skins, all you're doing. But it can be a little tricky, you know, down here around the tailbone, you know. And even on the sides, a little bit of the skin, it goes around. It don't go straight down. It kind of goes around towards the back. And you just got to remember that little thing too. Get the wing and legs first, I think, before I do the tail and all that stuff. Now up here, may go just a little bit longer with incision. But you can see it pulled feathers in and everything where he got shot. So I'm getting close to the leg. I don't worry about going on the inside of the leg because that's just inside. But so you can grab these leg bones and get down there and kind of push it up, help it out. I still got to skin down more around the sides though. See kind of where I'm trying to free him up. Definitely need to free him up in the breast. The more skin you free up, the more you can move the skin around and do what you got to do. So I try to free up everything. Breast has a lot of skin that needs to be freed up. And then it makes getting everything else a lot easier. This side needs it. I try to be careful with my borax, but you can put borax in there and kind of keep the blood out of everything a little bit. And of course on this side I got to bring it down too. So yeah, the very top of the body, right there where the neck starts and all that, the breast. I mean, the neck's still down probably a good ways, but so there's another hole right there. You see it right there. And looks like the exit wound is a lot worse than the entrance wound, I think. So it must have went in on this side. There's some BBs. You can see the BBs. There's one. There's one. So he's been gotten several times. There's several holes in there. And what it is, blood comes out of those holes. So you try to kind of keep things in check if you can. More holes. Wow. Come up here around the neck. Now I may have a body that'll fit. If not, I'll wrap a body. And that would be good for you to see that. Now see, the body kind of bends around, so you got to be careful. You could actually cut through some skin, which is no biggie, but if you can keep from it. Just remember, he's oval shaped and not flat like a box. And that'll help you out. On this side, basically freeing membrane. I free that leg up a little bit so I've got room for it to move. Right here, going down. Bad thing about borax, it kind of covers up what you're doing. But I'm just going through the membrane, and I'm going in him from an angle because he is round. So you got to be careful. He's not flat like a box. In other words, he's round. But now this is good for you to see right here. What I like to do on my birds, well, if you use your finger, you can feel the knee joint, you can feel in between the knee joint. And it's right there. I get your snips or whatever you're going to cut through his wing bones with. And you can actually feel your scissors go through that cartilage, that knee joint. And that comes in real handy. And he wants this guy standing on one leg, so hopefully the leg that he wants it standing on ain't broke. But if so, I may use just a slightly, it calls for 14 gauge wire. But if I have to, I'll go up to something like 12, something stout. and hopefully not have much trouble, you know, going through the leg, through the toe, and all that stuff. Okay, here's the joint. You can see where my shears went right through it. Yeah, he's separated. Sure enough. Maybe a few little tendons or something in there, but that's, other than that, he's cut. Matter of fact, let me show you that. There's this leg. You still got, now there's a lot of muscle and stuff, so he's still, in a lot of ways, he's still connected to the rest of the bird. Through muscle and meat and everything else. Still a little bit. So you can separate that skin around the leg and all that good stuff. Main thing, you want to separate everything. Then, once you get the body out, you can wrap your body with this body or match it up if you got some extras. And I'm going to check, see if I got some extras. If not, we can easily wrap a body or carve a body. I've carved them. The foam isn't very stout. You know, I'll use it for flying birds, but like for a standing bird, I may opt for wrapping a body. You know what I mean? I've used carved bodies for like flying birds, but not for like a standing bird. Not saying it won't work, I just never have done it. But you're dealing with fragile foam. You're not having to hammer the wires in other words. You just stick them in and push them through and all this stuff. You're dealing with kind of light duty stuff, but foam is foam, I guess, in certain ways. But okay, now I need to work on this upper end. Basically free it up more so I can get to the wings, wing bones where they enter the body. So to do that, there's definitely some impact shots there. You can see a lot of come at the neck. Remember that skin comes down and a little bit in. On both sides. Now, since I'm rolling, I'll go ahead and do it. You can feel, oh yeah, I can feel where it goes into the body. All birds are this way. But I feel where he's going into the body. I can feel that joint moving when I pull on the wing. So I know where he's at. Right there. So I can even move it a little bit. So I'm right on it. So I know it's right there. The wing joint comes in right there. So I can, sometimes I'll cut a little bit right around there. Try to free up the wing bone a little bit. It's right there. Just right there, you can see it moving. Give a good pair of shears right here. And there, just like on the knee joint, you get a feel for it. I can feel it. And you want to get to that wing. When you get through the cartilage is what you're after. Oh yeah, I think I done it. It's not a big deal on this bird if you don't cut deep enough or something to get all the bone. I mean, it is a flying bird. I mean, a standing bird. If there's a flying bird, I would worry about it a little bit more. Let's see, we cut through that wing. Let's see. Not only is this for information purposes, but it'll help me to cut some of them tendons associated with it. Okay, there's the ball of his wing, I guess is the right word. Got some tendons holding right here. That will have to be, cut off later, But you can see. It's just to show y'all guys. Okay, that's it. But you can see, there is your wing bone disconnected from the body right at the joint. You want that because also, it's means you're gonna have a better reference for wrapping your bird body if all the meat is on the bird still, so that helps. And later when we skin him out, there's more BBs. Good God. This thing's got BBs all over it. No wonder he's bleeding so much. See, there's his wing bone. And if I wanted, I could skin him out right now. But let's get him completely done. In other words, let's get the body out first. We got one wing bone. The other wing bone goes the same way. Okay, same thing on this side. Carve down. Just pull the wing bone out for reference. If you can feel where it's going in the body. And I can feel him going in right here. So I cut around that. And I think I feel the bone right there. If you do a lot of these, they get kind of almost habitual, sort of where you've been doing a lot of them all at once. And you get pretty good at getting it down where they go in, everything. Okay, so you know the ball of the joint is right there. It's a little bit of a feeling operation and a seeing operation. A little bit of seeing involved too, Okay. So there's that. I purposely don't want to go deep. I don't want to cut through his back. But yeah, he's separated. There's the ball of the wing right there. Basically like the other side. Doing this to show you more than anything. But yeah, it's there's the ball. A few other things connected to him, but that's the ball of the wing joint, right there. That's where he's separated, was right there. This side's a little bit more bloodier, looks like maybe or something, I don't know, but you get the idea. And we do the leg bones. I already showed you one leg bone, I already got one, I think so. Yeah, I got that one on this side. So I've already showed you how to do the leg bones. Cut to the knee joint, it's already there. It's not a hard cut, because if it's a hard cut, you're not exactly on the knee. And this leg's broke anyway, so, or shattered, so. In other words, it's already disconnected anyway from the body, so. Okay, now we may want to work down a little bit more. Right here. Okay, keep on going down here. Gets tricky around the tail because Kind of goes around the tail there. It's real shallow. You free that up and keep going down. Now I think on these Merganzers you don't have to worry about doing an incision below the head. You know, some of them got big thick beaks and you gotta make an incision below the head kind of, you know, to get to the head. I know the anus is right here. I'm going to go ahead and cut through the intestine. But it's right here at the anus. In fact, now is a good time as any to go ahead. I do this operation on a lot of them too. I go upside down with them. So I've already cut my leg bones. I went down far enough that the anus is right here. Right here at the anus. Cutting through the anus. Try to keep what I can on the bird as far as meat and all that junk. A lot of BB's falling out of him already. Cut through it already, it's just a tube. Feel the spinal cord or tailbone, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to cut through that. Now there's some quills right here. Be careful. You get these little, forget what you call them, where it's an oil gland where they oil their, oil their feathers. And that comes out. Okay, there's the top of the spine. I put a little hole, which I knew I would, but now what I do, there's that other oil gland. Well, he's on the body for the most part. But see, you can see where they're a little bit inside too. I mean, in the body itself. Yeah, you can get hemos on that and get those oil glands out real good. I mean, with the hemo and the X-Acto knife, a lot of times that stuff will come right out. When I get past the tailbone and break it out, I usually hang it up and then skin him out the rest of the way. See, I'm on the back right here. Here's his tail. All that's already been skinned out. This is as long as the back. This is all meat that's going to stay on the bird until we take it off. But still pulling up BBs, which I already made a little hole, but it's not bad. It's just easy to mess up. See, right here is along the very top of the back, and usually I do all this with the bird hanging upside down. Okay, what we got here, basically it's just some rope with a hook on it. A lot of people use skinny gambrels, which I don't blame them. But what I'll do is I'll get that hook right up under this bone here, on one side or the other. We'll do it on this side. Far back as I can get. And the tailbone's holding it. Okay. What I'll do is I'll my X-Acto knife run right along that membrane. Try to be careful. You don't want to put no holes if you can keep from it. The back is the thinnest part right there. Right here along the back. Because basically it's bone right up under the skin. And with a little bit of membrane, and that's it. It's real easy to put holes in there. The less holes you got to deal with, the better off you are. Now right here is all the leg meat. That side's shattered. That's where he got shot. You see BBs and everything. Basically, there wasn't anything to separate. That's what I'm getting at there. So, keep on going down. This side is like a normal leg. We undid the leg. It's up underneath. Probably got maybe a little bit of skin here and there. Basically, just taking the skin off. Remember, we already detached everything. We detached the legs and the wings both. Skinny gambrel, you're using gravity, which helps. And so that's really good. We're on the wings. There's the wing bones. Remember, we popped those off. Maybe a little meat or something trying to hold it together. Just cut through that meat. You get an eye for it. You're looking at things like from the inside out. So understandably, that takes a little bit of just kind of like doing it for a little bit. But to get up speed, you might have to take a while. I'm not fast anyway, but I'm just saying, this guy definitely went through some damage. Here's another reason I like using the gravity skinny gambrel or whatever you got rigged up. Well, you got to skin his neck out anyway. And I think I can turn his head inside out by pushing it through, so I may go ahead and do his head first thing when we get him back inside. This is out in the building where I got my skin and stuff. Basically what's happening, he's turning inside out. A heavy bird like a turkey or something, you don't have to do any pulling down hardly, but some of these little birds, you have to help them out a little bit. Well, here's what's going on. I've been just skinning around, just running my blade, turning around and see a little bit of membrane. Keep pulling, let the weight of the bird a little bit, and maybe a slight tugging sensation that you give. Slight tugging, get it to come down. I know we're getting close to the head. It's starting to widen up, which means his head's real close by. Now what tends to happen is I cut through the ear canals, which should be getting close to them. There's the top of the head right there. Top of the head. Ear canals are on the side. I think that's ear canal right there. Yep, check it out. Yep, that's one ear canal. You can see the hole right there. That's the ear canal. And I usually do it even. I cut through one ear canal on one side, and I go to the other side and cut through the ear canal on the other side. I can see the ear canal. It's right there. Now what I want to do is cut to the neck right here. These Merganzers, obviously, you can skin them all the way out because I already went past the head. Usually you can't get past the head. Back corner of the eye. Okay, that'll work. Okay. Here's the canal on the other side. Basically, you can't help but hardly run into it, but just be aware of it. There's the canal. Now you come up to the eye. You can see the imprint of the eye orbit, the eye bone. The back end corner of it's where I like to go ahead and stick my knife down in there. But like with all animals, there's like a thin layer of membrane over the eye. And to be safe, I just cut over that. I go around the eyes, as far as I reasonably can. And I don't want to cut to the eyelid, so I may actually cut to that skin, thin membrane of skin, kind of cuts that goes over the eye. At least that way I know I'm not cutting through eyelids. And I can see the eyelid now. I just play it safe rather than sorry. See, there's my eyelid, perfectly intact, and there's your eyeball. I went around the eyeball. See how I cut through that eye right there. And you do the other one the same way. You take down as far as you can without actually, the skin is connected to the beak. And you want to take it down as far as you can without actually cutting through where the skin connects. I mean, definitely try not to. They got fake beaks now and stuff that actually work off that premise that you go down as far as you can and cut separate the skin from the beak and put your fake beak back in there that's in good shape and glue everything back with super glue. And yeah, they've actually got stuff like that going on right now. You know, people do that, is what I'm getting at. But not me. I will stick with what I know. I mean, I think I've done it before on a goose, but I don't do it every day. And it's not something I'm going to do unless I have to do it. I mean, it's easier just to pull a duck out of a freezer, have everything you need to mount him without buying specialty products and stuff, like beaks and all that junk. If you can keep from, if you can do that, that's good. In other words, you can do it old school where you got everything you need on hand. You got the beak, you got the body. If you got to wrap a body, you can still do them that way. You don't have to go with the trend, necessarily on the beaks and stuff. Although they're supposedly pretty good, and I think you can get them painted. If you have trouble painting and stuff a little bit, it'll help with that. But you can go, I guess, old school and just use what Mother Nature gave you, Okay, his head didn't have to make an incision on the lower part of the head, which is always great. That's awesome. A little bit of throat come out. So he's completely in good shape. I mean, he's in good shape. And right down here on the sides of the beak, I take that skin all the way down to the end where it's still connected. You can kind of get an idea by just kind of feeling, and just do the best you can. Get down as far as you can, and it should be good enough. Now right in here, like I see, there's all this stuff. In other words, on the outside, your feather line, where your skin starts and where your beak starts and your skin meet, you want to take that feather line all the way down. Feather line may not be the right word, but skin, I guess. You take the bird skin with feathers and all, feather line, skin line, take it as far down as you can to the very end. Just have a good X-Acto knife, and then consider it good enough. I just use borax to preserve all my birds, even my turkeys. It's just good stuff to do that with. See right down there on the beak ends, I took that down as far as I could. And if you go down a little bit too far, you'll see where it starts opening up a little bit. And I've been guilty of that on more than one occasion. But it's so small, it's not noticeable. It's kind of a good way to tell you're down as far as you need to go. Okay. Now Now to get the eyes out, okay, right down there on the bottom I can still skin stuff out. I can go down a little further down here. And now you got these big old eyeballs, and I do just like I do a fish. I get up under that eyeball and go around with my X-Acto knife. Try to get it started, you know, cutting. Get it to come out as easy as possible, you know. So I'll go all the way around. And also, just like with a fish, get behind it and pull that eye out. We'll do the same thing to the other side. So what you do is you got a lot of meat on him that you can go ahead and get off. I like to do that now. I end up cutting the back of the skull and getting the brains out too. I mean, yeah, you gotta do that. Plus, that's where your neck wire is gonna go up through the back of that skull and to the top of the head. Use your X-Acto knife blade, your hemostats. A wire brush might help, possibly. Like right here, I try to keep these bones intact. You know, these little bones. That's like the structure of the face. I try to keep all that intact, but I do get the meat off that I can get off. I know it's kind of hard to distinguish what is what, especially on the video, but I'm taking the meat out, leaving the bones. Even up here on top, there's a little bit of memory. Around the orbit of the eye, there's always a little bit of meat that'll come off. And you can get it to come off. Just cut it off with your X-Acto knife. Let's see the other side. Some of your heads might be damaged, and you may have to rebuild. I've used Bondo. Rebuild the head with Bondo and just use that. I mean, you've got the option of artificial beak too when they damage the beak, and that's good. But I have used Bondo, and you know, did fairly good with it. The head was probably heavier than it would be because you know the head was full of Bondo. Skull cap and everything was full of Bondo, and plus he was kind of like reinforced with Bondo, and basically I just had to run wire through all that Bondo, and you know, kind of do that with it. Here's a little bit of meat. Any place you got a little meat that'll pull up, go ahead and pull it out. Merganzers are so thin beaked, yeah, you don't have to. They'll skin out real easy, is what I'm getting at. So that's a plus. You're going to take a lot of meat out at the bottom of this beak, and because of that, you'll build that all back up with the claw. You'll make like triangle shaped kind of deal, and You want it to fit the shape of the bottom of the bill. Then you go in there with it and kind of build in where it was taken out, like we're taking it out right now. It's a tedious operation. It is tedious. Borax in there to kind of dry things out a little bit. You just do that real good. Get what'll come off and you get it off. Around these hour, but you can sometimes get a little bit more meat off. And you gotta get that off. I get off what I can. You know, I'm not perfect with it, but I try to do the best I can with it. Just keep plucking that meat out. And I'll let borax take care of the rest. Plus I'm going to degreasing. Got to get the brains out. And since I'm on the head, I want to go ahead and cut the back of the skull off. I just want to go, I don't want to go to the back of the lower jaw, but I will sometimes cut a little bit at an angle. Like about through, like there's the back of the lower jaw. I'll tend to cut about like that a little bit. So I'm going to end up cutting, not straight down, maybe even a little bit back, but almost straight down. But probably about like that. That way I get enough to get the brains out. I get enough of the back skull to get the brains out, and I don't get into the back of the jawbone. I don't want to destroy the integrity of the skull. It's already been shot up on one side, but that's why I'm showing you on this side. But, I mean, we'll make it work anyway. I try to get even all the way across the top, and then, you know, set him as even as I possibly can. I'm going to go at an angle. That should be fine. There's the back of the skull. And I still got the back of the lower jaw. I'm tickled with that. Piece of wire. And then you dig that stuff out. Got me a wire here, and then I just sometimes I'll fashion something up off the end of the table. Have you seen them other videos? Like a bucket beneath me or something. And it's another way to do it. And borax can help with this too. Get it down in there and scramble it up real good. Like kind of dry some of that out. Chunk it up a little bit. You get a lot of the rest of it, like when you're cleaning him out real good. There's even some way up here in the top of the skull here. Huh. Oh, that will come out. Here you go. Keep putting borax in there, make sure it's good and clean before it's over with. But it'll all come out. I'm going to do one of each. This one only has one leg, the other one's destroyed anyway. Okay, we got this one leg here, and we're skinning it out just like you do any other thing else. I tend to hold them like this. 2 fingers pulling, thumb kind of pulling back. It's just whatever you get used to. All this meat can come off. But it's going to come off eventually anyway, but we'll get that later. As you can see, we're going it comes down. Here's what we got so far. It goes around. Other leg does the same thing. We're just gonna lay out. You got a drumstick, in other words. Except our drumstick, it's not going to be completely de-skinned. It's going to still be connected at the bottom, right there where the skin and the bone connect. We're going to leave that connected. Right there at the bottom, right above the elbow, there's that feather line there. We're going to leave it connected. Of course, I got fake feet and all that junk now, where you do skin them all the way off. But we're going old school. Quick, easiest way without having to order things is the way I want to do it if I can. Plus, when you're real busy anyway with other things, it helps out to be able to mount something as it'll still look good, but as fast as you can. It's always good to know the basics anyway, you know. You might have to mount birds that don't have fake beaks for them or anything like that. You never know what you'll run into. If you're doing the competition, I guess a lot of people do opt to do stuff like that. I don't know. A lot of times I'll pull the meat and the tendon out. Well, on a turkey I can, but on a bird that's a little bit fragile, I may not attempt to do it as much. But you can get sometimes you can pull down and get a little extra, a little further down that way. Side, same thing. Tend to want to pull it down as far as it'll go. That a little bit right here. up and actually turns into kind of like a pretty big looking tendon for the back of the wing bone. They'll still come off, but I have to snip it a little bit, kind of help it out. And that. And I helped it good enough, looks like. A little borax on there, see if we got what we ain't. You can use your fingers to pull all that stuff off. Zactronoff does real good though, getting that stuff off. Now a lot of people, especially when they tumble and stuff, they won't cut the ends of these wings, of these leg bones off and all that junk, because they'll cut the bird up. You know, the bones are sharp where they've been cut, and they just leave them intact. They leave the ball on the end of them until they're ready to mount it. But I don't have a tumbler. I had one, but since this is going to be a standing bird, what I'll do is get right up under the ball joint, and the bone is flat a little bit. Right where it's flat, I get up under that ball joint. I get just the very tip of my, wire clippers or shears or something like that. I get right up under the ball and bend and pull. That usually gets the job done. I think I'm going a little bit more off. Yeah, right there. It looks like this is going to be the leg he's standing on. It has no choice but to be the leg he's standing on. Yeah, and it just works out it's the leg he wants it standing on, so that's good. Maybe he done that on purpose. Okay, so now you know how to do the legs. Now let me go to a wing and do a wing. Okay, we got so far, we did it basically like the leg, just a drumstick. But now we're coming on to some wing feathers and stuff. And try to do it in the camera where you can see it. Some of these will pull down. I mean, you can actually break them with your thumb or whatever, but I don't know, I've been having bad luck trying to do that. But basically, you get one side and get the other and keep on going down with it. There's wings coming undone right there. Or feathers, I mean. What it is, there's a whole nother row of feathers. It's got primaries and everything on it. And that's kind of what we're coming on to right now. Now, I have used my thumbs right here to break those primary feathers off. You gotta be careful, you don't want to break nothing. Just occasionally I'll use them and it helps out. This side, same thing. I'm bringing that down. That's exposing the second part of the wing. It's like the forearm. And I guess, like using a human arm as reference, these would be the primaries. And then the feathers down there these would be the primaries, feathers down there are secondaries. Keep going down. Pop a few more off if they'll pop. Coming around to this side. They'll pop them down. Well, it's a disservice to y'all to keep using that. Try to leave the tendons intact if at all possible. And actually, I kind of run my knife over the quills where they're connected to the forearm of the bird, and I will actually kind of just cut them loose. Or break them with my thumb, break them off with my thumb. And you can do that too. Kind of pop them. There, I popped one right off. There with my thumb. Let's see. Go around to this side. Well, I forgot to show you something. When I sawed the skull off, I like to get a Dremel tool and Dremel at an angle and come out like right between the eyes, sort of. And I'll show you that later. Let me get these wing legs. So I'll break down another one. Broken down a couple right there. Break a few more, pop, pop. Broke a couple more right there. Broke another one. And see, these feathers will break. I mean, the quills will break off the forearm area. You can use your thumb a little bit. Not on all of them, at least some of them, you know. Okay, we're right here. So you got your elbow and or gotta keep working down. Ooh, there's some damage right there. Damage to the wing bone. Looks like the bottom one's not broke, but the top one is. Okay, well that'll work. Yeah, I figured you can't get a good wing bone for nothing. This side, free it down a little bit where it'll go down. It's got it shot up pretty good. Broke through a couple more. So I'm breaking through the quills where they were connected. You can see where they're connected. Well, those will pop off with your thumb rather easily. Okay, coming down to the end. Now it helps come down about as far as I can go, but not quite, I don't think. Yeah, right here past this little wrist area, usually don't get too far past there, but farther than what a lot of people can imagine. I mean, get down as far as you can. Okay. Sometimes you'd be surprised how far down you can get past that wrist bone. Try to get down as far as I can. Didn't help that it was shot right there. That didn't help. That freed something up right there. You can see I got down plenty far. It's about as far as I can go. But you make sure you get all the meat off. I don't want to take all the tendons out and have the joints fall apart. But I will get in there and I'll get a lot of this. Actually, he's not getting mounted anyway. I mean, the wings are not getting wires anyway, so basically do your good job getting that meat out. You should be good to go. You got to go back down now. All this meat, you know, if it was a flying bird, you know, you'd want that into that joint, just up under that end joint is what you would want. These meat with the tendons and everything, they'll come off pretty good. Pretty good. All that meat's got to come off. You see all this comes off. You don't want to burr it's kind of like the forearm bone is 2 bones instead of 1. The main part that comes off the body is 1 bone. comes off. Surprised what a good pair of little scissors can do to get rid of junk too. Get all that meat off and stuff. If I was doing a flying bird, I would cut just beneath the joint. But since I'm not, I'm going to go a little bit further down. Not halfway, but probably about 2/3, somewhere in that range. There we are. Good enough. There we are. And you do the other wing the same way. There's the drumstick of the wing, all the leg, and you'll see some feathers, the quills of feathers coming up. You just stay kind of to the, make sure you stay around the wing. Let's see what we got on this side. Yeah, you just kind of want to cut to the skin, but not the joint. Of course, you're going to have to cut through the cartilage, like, well, it's kind of like a cartilage mixture, but it's where the quills are connected. You're definitely going to have to cut through that. And that starts right about there, so. Okay, starting to come down on the forearm wing bone, the forearm part of the wing bone, I guess you could say. Comes down a little bit. Okay, keep on coming down. Start popping over your fingers or your fingernails. Just occasionally pop one loose. You're working your way down. Looks like this wing has a little damage, but not that bad. Keep coming down. that side. Keep pulling those. Yeah, I'm breaking them off. They're popping off. Using my thumb or index finger, whatever you got on hand to use. And on this side, bring it down too. Popping those bones off, bring them on down. It's got a little damage too. Shot up pretty good. Just keep bringing it down. It's just like any other part of the body. Maybe a little bit more tedious, I guess. Get down as far as I can. You know, you can get down back here if you want. You can get this, but try to get down as far as you can. That's for sure. Be surprised how far you can get down here. I've got two wings on video because one of them had a little bit of a broke bone on it, I guess. But he's down pretty far on the other side of that joint. Usually. That's pretty good on that side too. Now you just get all this meat out. got your drumstick, and then you got your hollow bones. All this comes right off. Comes off. Okay, this is it. Let's get the red meat out. Preserve him real good with borax. Throw some on there, it don't hurt. Look at the stats. Snip, cut, pull, tug, whatever you gotta do to get that meat off. can snip the end of it off. Okay, if we were flying, we'd do it right here. Have a good long wing bone to run a wire through. Have a good full spread and everything. That's if he was flying, you know. And since I'm mounting him standing, I'm going to cut him about right here. There we are. Basically, they're laying on top of the body. That's what they're going to do. So, as far as fleshing and getting all this stuff, you know, try to get all that red stuff off now if you can. With an X-Acto knife, I kind of scrape it to the side a little bit, right to the side. And I've got a bird flesher. I don't know how good it would do on a Merganzer. It works fine on like mallards and stuff. See, I'm just scraping sideways and getting that red meat off. At least getting the red meat off. Got BBs all over. I keep working on this, and kind of like when I get all the, or most of the red meat off that I can get, show you what we do next. You know, right here on the tail, let's see. First, we'll probably use a wire brush or something, but all that yellow stuff's got to come off. And I tend to run my knife through to kind of help it out, the quills and stuff to expose them. But also, I'll do this. I know they're kind of set back in there. And I'll even make a little bit of a cut, like up under the skin, back there where the primaries are. I mean, back where the tail feathers go in. And I'll do it on this side too. And I'll cut through the, in between the quills and all that stuff. And, which I already did. But I'll, kind of cut up in there right above the quills. I'll kind of rake my knife up in there and kind of get up in there a little bit. So far I don't want to cut holes, but I get in there as far as I can. Looks like I've already went as far as I can go, and now I work on trying to get this red meat off. I guess the flesh machine will do it. Now you'd be surprised what you can get with your fingers and a wire brush and an X-Acto knife. Just telling you. But we're going to get the bird flesher and see what we can get off of that without ruining the bird, which is always my fear, is catching a feather. There's a lot of small holes like around the base of the neck right here. And I'm afraid to even run my flesher there. But places where I'm not afraid to run it, you know, for fear of pulling out a bunch of feathers, I'll use it. Like on the quills and stuff on the tail. That's a good place to use your bird flesher if you got one. If not, wire brushes and X-Acto knives. I got my bird flesher, and it's pretty quiet. Now I know the wire wheel that's on it is 4 ducks. I wanted to get one for a turkey, and I couldn't get it to fit right. like these quills on the tail. Should get that stuff right out. A lot of guys get pretty good. It helps to go where the quill is laying down as opposed to catching a quill and popping the feather up or something. In other words, kind of like going the flow with the way the feather is going. Right there, the feathers are going down. So, when I'm going down, I want to go this way with it. Yeah, that's what I thought. And you don't want to get no feathers in the way. And it's bad enough on feathers that come through. You know. And I'll kind of go at an angle, sort of. Get those quills real good, you know. Got a bad spot near it too. Try to stay on the quills only. Those little holes are not too good. In other words, if your bird's damaged pretty bad, there's only certain places you can use it, if you know what I mean. In other words, I'll have to use surgical precision with my X-Acto knife to get a lot of this stuff. In other words. Meat around the quills. Should get all that stuff off nicely. And it is. Because what happens is if you have a small hole, it's not going to be small anymore. So you got to be like super careful with them. And of course, right up the back here, see the feathers are laying down. So I want to, the feathers laying down, I want to hit them this way. Right along the back doesn't have much of anything though, but still a little bit of fat there, you know. Right here, the inside corner of the wings right there. Make sure no feathers are in the way. You gotta hold your fingers a certain way. If you got to, you got to. caught in the base of the neck and everything. So, just gotta be real careful with this stuff, you know. That does work though. Does a good job. One thing I don't like about them is you got to be so cautious when you work on them, you know. You know what I mean? Some places the wire well ain't gonna cut it. That's all I'm gonna say. Because damage to the bird may be too intense, and you can't use it. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta take everything with a grain of salt. Okay, I got some dish soap. I don't know, probably about 2 or 3 gallons. I got water and dish soap in it. And I'm going to try some of this again. It seems to work. I'm putting it in along with, it says for washing and general cleaning, mix 1 to 2 fluid ounces to 5 gallons of water. So I'll probably put a couple ounces to about 3 gallons of water and just call it good. It worked wonders on my hog. Hog didn't have a grease problem at all. So, should be about it right there. It's stout stuff, in other words. And I know you use it on all animals. I guess you could use it on ducks with no problem. I'm going to find out. It's actually kind of dried up a little too, so I'm probably going to degrease it again in camp fuel oil. This is just kind of like washing it, really. Maybe letting it rehydrate a little bit also. But yeah, because it had like a lot of blood. I mean lots. And it'd be great to re-invert the head to help get a lot of that blood out and stuff, because there's a lot of blood that definitely wants to come out of this guy. So yeah, let's see what we can do here. I think he's wanting to re-invert like pretty easy, I think. I really do. Get that beak going through there, and he ought to pop right through is what I'm thinking. Here's his beak. Here we are. My main goal, get that blood, which he had lots of it. Get that blood out of his, off his belly and all that stuff. Which his stuff is working wonders. It'll do good for it. Oh wow, it already looks like $1 million. Sure does. I've still got a little bit of a, I don't know, that kind of stuff that was on there already, like a rust color, I guess. From what I hear, that's extremely hard to get out. But all the blood that was on his face and everything, it's gone. So I'll let it sit for a little bit longer. Okay, now I'm going to rinse him off. Put him in some good, clean water. Okay, he's good. Rinse him off, gonna let him kind of drip dry. Oh, he's clean as a whistle. Well, just to be safe, I may go ahead and throw some degreaser camp fuel oil in a bucket and try that. And that way at least I know I'm doing old school method. Well, I got my Coleman camp fuel. And I'm just gonna put it in here. And after I do this, I've got to rinse him and wash him off again to get that stuff out of him, you know. Probably good to use some kind of gloves for that, that's for sure. Definitely. And I'll let him soak in that for about, I don't know, 10-15 minutes or something like that. Max, somewhere in that range, 10-15 minutes. Well, in that little bit of time, you can see where the dirt kind of built up in the bottom. And so I'll leave that in the bottom, and I'll pour the rest of the camp fuel oil back in. So that's how I roll with it. And reuse on another bird. Or cat, or coyote, or whatever. Okay, I'll wash and rinse him again. And now I'm going to throw the borax to him. And I'll try to sort of be nice with it. I mean, neat with it. I mean, it's hard, always hard to do. But make sure he's good and damp. Borax is just what I've always tended to use on all my birds, and they come out fine. Make sure you pull the legs out, and that borax, want to make sure it gets all the way down right there at the base of where the feathers start, stop and the leg begins or whatever. Make sure right there at the very bottom. A lot of people use dry preservative too, which that's your option, but you know, if you mount other animals with a dry preservative, you know, you might want to use borax for this if you got it. Now, of course it comes off. If I had a toner, I'd be happier, but I don't. But see, I've already got it on. You know, at least the downy feathers, I've got it on there. But make sure it's on there real good, you know. Because a lot of the water that I used was kind of warm, you know, because it's a warm time of year. Even the camp fuel was really like hot where I've had it out in my hot building. So, and all that heat's got to be doing something with these guys. You know, as far as how long, you know, I just want to make sure I get him out before feathers start falling everywhere. Don't want that. Don't want feathers falling out everywhere. Preservatives everywhere. That's good. That's what you want. It's going to get on the feathers regardless. I have to wipe them off. I just try to be as neat as I possibly can with it. But it's very hard. I also sort of want to get the head, which means I have to re-invert everything. Make sure I get, the neck. I want to make sure I get the neck and everything. So all this has got to be re-inverted. Better to do it now than wait later, you know, so. And I did put some doozies on there. As far as holes, I did. I definitely did. Put some doozy holes. So I re-inverted it. I ended up just using my hemostat to grab part of the skull and done it that way. Now he's extremely good and wet. There's an ear canal and the eye canal. A little bit of meat here and there can still come off. Let that water makes it get down in there real good, soaked up real good. Kind of what I'm after, yeah. Put some on the head real good, you know, everywhere. Even in the brain pan, you know. A lot of stuff up there, you know. You have to make sure it gets all up in there real good. We got a couple of wings here that need to be preserved real good. Here's one of them. You take it all the way down to the end, just like when you skin him out. Put some around the joints, you know. And then them like super small holes, I don't worry about those. I mean, they're so small and there's so many feathers. But if it's got a little bit of size to it, you know, at the same time, if you put a couple of sews in it, it's not going to show because you got so many feathers. So, yeah, if it's a big one, go ahead and throw some couple of stitches in it because nobody's going to see it anyway. You got a lot to cover up. Oh, here we are. Same thing, borax will soak in there, you know. That wing is ready to be re-inverted. Let's grab on that little, that's a few bits of feathers. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I was going to show you something on this. Supposed to drill a hole. You can use the wire of the neck that you're using to kind of like bore the hole out, but I've had bad luck doing that. So I'm going to go ahead and do it now with a Dremel tool where I know it's straight and exactly how I want it. There's going to be a wire going to the neck. And remember, we left the lower jaw, but we wanted to make sure that we could go in like, at about a 45-degree angle or something. Remember how we cut it. We cut it back of the skull so I could dig the brains out, but I didn't want to cut any of the lower jaw, so it naturally kind of put me at a little bit of an angle. Okay, but when I want to put the neck on, I want to go about this angle, which means I'm going to come out kind of like between the eyes, maybe more towards the back a little bit. Loose skull, I mean with the jaws real loose and wobbling around and everything, I managed to get, I prefer this one closer to in between the eyes. I've had better luck with them looking better. So, I'm going to stick with that one. When I get my bird neck material, or my form, the neck will go right up through there, the wire will go up to the head. It'll be great. You know, re-inverting the head. And trying not to get all that borax everywhere if at all possible. There it is. Make sure you're not pulling any feathers. And voila. I gotta make a body for him, so I'll show you that next. Okay, what we got here is we're gonna wrap the body, and got polyfill and plenty of string. Even got an extra one if I need it. Now you can order this stuff from Walmart, but you have to order it in bulk. I think you have to order it for the mail. They don't carry it in the stores anymore like they used to. At least not around here they don't. Basically what I do, I roughly start working on about the length. And I get my string, and I'll drop it down into a bucket so it don't go rolling everywhere. And then I just start wrapping my bird body. You don't see it much anymore, but they used to even use it to wrap fish bodies. But you know, like with everything else, you know, you get updated methods, kind of, you know. I even have extra polyfill if I need it. I've got it. So then you go long ways and go around. Now right now we're working on the length, upper and lower body. Now it's great, you know, like for a standing bird, it's great to use a artificial body because you've got your leg placement, you know, where you put your legs in, and you got places where the wings will tuck nicely up on top and all that other good stuff. So, but you know, in a pinch, you can still, you know, wrap a bird body and have great results. Let's have plenty of this string, which I do. And I don't like a super tight body when I do a standing bird. You know, that way the wings will tuck nicely, the neck will go down nicely, and you know, you don't want extreme tightness. You know, you want a good fit. You know, especially for a standing one. Flying bird, maybe not as much of a issue. You know. Still ain't got the length quite. You see I'm kind of working. I think I've already designated this as the top, which is pretty good. Now most of your wood wool Excelsior looks like this, but they do got different coarseness, which I didn't know until I went to Hobby Lobby the other day. They got stuff that's not as thin and wiry as this. But yeah, I definitely like the wiriness. I like it good and wiry like this. But so you just keep adding and keep wrapping. Just keep grabbing more polyfill and wrapping it around. If you got a back area that needs it, put it right up on the back and then go over it and cinch it down once you're over it. I mean, in other words, with a little bit of control, you can keep it from your polyfill from moving so much and when you're wrapping your body. So that's something to think about. Get the idea. Good tight body. Just using string. Crocheting thread is the right word, I think. And some of the thinner crocheting thread, I've actually sewed stuff up with it. I mean, it's not the same as button thread, but or upholstery thread, but it'll work in a pinch. I've used it before. Okay, almost the length. Let's see. Here's something else you can do. You can kind of simulate the tail on a bird, you know. Got my wire that I pulled out. We've got this designated as the top. This is kind of like a seat for the tail to ride on. guess is the right way to put it. So I got that designated as the top. And I'll put it back here. That'll give us our length. We don't have to mess around with it no more. Got our tail already. You can even bundle this up kind of and get that pretty good and get it right on the bottom where you want it. Sometimes I'll get a Sharpie pen and draw a line for alignment purposes, so I'll know what my top and bottom is, because I'll just draw a line with my Sharpie pen, and it'll represent my back, and so I can kind of get everything where I want it to be. And okay, I moved everything in place. Now I cinch it down, move everything in place, cinch it down, cinch it down, cinch it down, cinch it down, and you develop a good looking body that way. By it's gonna be stout. Do that. You can make it tight up front. Now the good thing about having the natural body, you got all the reference you need right in front of you. You got your neck length, your neck thickness, and you don't have to look at a chart or anything, but they do got charts if you need to look at them. You know, with average neck length and width, and for your particular, for most of the birds, most of the common birds, and if it's not on there, then you just go by the reference you got, which is your the birds you have, which makes for a better mount anyway. I mean, a better fit is what conclusion I've come up with. Sure enough. Okay, so we already know what the top is. You can eyeball it, or you can even use measuring tape to kind of get it how you want it. You have that prerogative. Just so you know, you can be as good with it, or you can be as good with it as you want to be, actually. So, something to think about. I like the thickness of the tail. This can go right here, kind of like and I mean, you can do the side, but you can also do the thickness, the width, you know, from the top. You know, see, there's his back ridge, and we can get the width perfect. We've already kind of got the length, so we'll just got to get the width of the body. Okay, I kind of want to get the width. Or from the camera, you'll have to be looking at it like this. I've got like maybe 2 1/4. And what it is if you look right here below the belly, you can see that's where the leg was, and you see there's a little bit of a pit there, and I try to incorporate that in there. So I'll doing this for camera purposes. So I'll go about like, yeah, about like that. And then start wrapping. Basically, I'm see, like right here, there's a little bit of a downward thing, and I guess you could say the wings can kind of rest up on that a little bit. So a lot of times I'll incorporate that in there too. Okay, all that thread's gone. Still need a lot of thickness under here too, but starting to get our width on one side. There, that kind of goes down. Yeah, here we are. Let's see. So you can kind of see it a little bit right there. And we do the same thing to the other side. The other side's the same way. I have like a kind of guesstimated amount that goes on. Okay, that's one side. And here's the other side. Just kind of hold it and get it where you know it needs to be. Start wrapping it. Yeah. Try to sit. I keep wanting to go in towards my body and get out of frame. I apologize, but do the best I can. When you're the only one filming, you're limited on your abilities, I guess is the right word to put it. But now even on this side, see, we can go down, make a little bit of a pit for it right there. Definitely need more on this other side. More on this side. And you want it to look like that towards the front. That's how you kind of want it to look. And yeah, I've wrapped turkey bodies, geese bodies, any kind of bird there is. You can wrap bodies for them, and it's real good work you can do on them. Of course, you know, when they came out with the new stuff, you know, the forms and everything, it's just made everybody's life a lot easier, sort of, you know. Okay, there's the so you can also mash, you know, kind of to get the results you want. You can mash stuff and achieve what you're after. Sure can. Put that in a little bit straighter. I tried anyway. Okay, we got that. Tail kind of comes off the back. I shortened it up just a hair bit, but I can put it back in. Everything will be back to normal. There we are. That'll work. Okay, now we kind of got our width. That's pretty good width. Real close. Plus this guy was frozen. I don't know if that makes a difference. But he was about roughly 2.5 kind of. No, really. Yeah, about 2 3/4. And we got the same thing right here. About 2 3/4. Now see how it's real rounded under there where the breast is? Well, we need to incorporate a breast back on this guy. And so I'm going to attempt to do that right now. Make sure the breast don't, make sure that Excelsior is where you need it and push down on it. Make sure it's where you want it, you know. All this can go. That looks really good right there as far as the breast. That looks real good. Width, double check the width if you want to. Of course I eyeballed it and it looked really good. Okay, it looks about like, yeah, about 2 3/4 as far as thickness in the thickest spot. Yeah, something like that. Thickness in the thickest spot on this is about the same. Yeah. Yep. So it's pretty close. About 2 5/8 there. This is about 2 5/8. Well, I think we got our width. Just need to worry about the length just a hair bit. About right there. I didn't know if we were going to have enough, so I bought extra, but I think we're going to have enough for this. Basically what I'm doing now is just I'm going to build up around the tail there. Get it where it's actually more than just a wire sticking out. You build a little bit around it. Probably can put a little polyfill or something back there and wrap it. But okay. where I'm putting the string will actually mat down that Excelsior. I'm kind of strategically putting it in places, I guess is the right word. Well, that'll work for me. Now we got leg placement. Now sometimes you might order a bird skin and it doesn't have a body in it, like maybe somebody else skinned it out and you bought it off eBay or something. Well, there's a couple of these in the catalogs. I think McKenzie's got one. I think Reinhardt may have one too. But like this is a hooded Merganzer, and it says the width of the neck is 1/2 to 5/8 inch. And I'm definitely thinking that neck is definitely a 5/8. So I'm going to go with a 5/8. And let's see. And this one right here has even the neck length, which can come in handy. And it shows you what gauge wire to use, which can come in handy. This is in the McKenzie, or I believe it's in the McKenzie catalogs. But yeah, it's even got like here for a gadwall, 5 1/4 inch neck material. And since I got my real bird, and I know I cut the neck at the base of the skull, I've already got my neck length right here. But I'm going to go with 5/8 and whatever the length is from the neck right there. And then now I think as far as the legs, the wire that would be used, we'll go with a wood duck. I mean, the wood duck is very close. So we figure 14 gauge on the legs, 14 in the wings. No, 14 for the neck. So we may go 14 for the neck. And it'll look like 18 gauge for the wings, but this is going to be a standing, so we're not even going to use any 18. We're not even going to use any wire for him, for his wings, because he's standing. Okay, but here we've got 14 gauge wire for the legs, but he's going to be standing on 1 foot. So I'm going to amp up the wire gauge a little bit. I'm going to go to 12 gauge instead of 14. Because he's going to be standing on 1 leg. The other one will be 14, the one that's going to be up, but the one he's going to be standing on, I'm going to make that a 12, just for extra sturdybility. So it's a little extra sturdy. Now something else I was wanting to show you was, like on a standing bird, this comes in real handy if you make your own body, because it shows you about 2/3 of the way up where you need to put your dot with a Sharpie pen of where you're going to stick your leg wire. See, when he's flying, the leg connection is down low. Now, if you get a prefabricated body, and it specifies, and you specify whether you want it flying or standing, see, there'll be a place that you can see where you stick your wires, and it may be less headache for you. And I like standing bodies. I like using the prefabricated when possible, but you don't have to. It just makes life a little bit easier, you know. And if you do order a body, you know, you get your length and your girth and let that determine what size body you get. It may be a different duck, or, you know, a different duck. It may not be for the duck that you're wanting to mount, but it may work anyway if it's the same size, if the body is the same size. Well, I know it's not extremely easy to see, but, okay, couldn't find my black Sharpie pen, which is typical for me. But I know this is the top of the body right here. Going straight down. I'll go ahead and mark it just so I have an idea roughly while I'm yeah. That's pretty good right there. Yeah. Okay, okay, now okay, the leg down would be about right there. If he was flying, it'd be low. But he's going to have a little weight. His body's going to produce weight and lift it up. It's going to be right here. So just kind of mark about 2/3 of the way up, which would be about right there, I think. Yeah, right there. With the dark red right there, that's about perfect. And okay, we can even use a little math. From that, as a broke leg, to the wing joint. Okay, from that to the wing joint. Well, it's not going to be flying anyway. So we're not going to worry about that. But I'm going to do the other leg the same way and get it even. There we are. There we are. Pretty even. Almost half where the wing connects. And that's pretty good. A little bit less than half. Okay. So about less than 3/4 of the way back. But okay, use your measurements, and then the neck, it comes off the all that stuff off here. Okay, we already know the neck is a 5/8, no doubt. Definitely not a 1/2 inch. Now when I measure, I like to go from, I like to go from the very front of the body where it comes off. Because if you can fool yourself and get a wrong measurement. Like if you measure with a artificial body and try to, a prefabricated artificial body, you can try to get your neck length. Here it is 9 1/4. 9 1/4, let's see. No, 3. No, where'd I get 9? I was looking at the wrong side. 3, yeah, about 3 5/8. So I got my neck, 3 5/8. And I know it comes right off the top of the body, about right here. And I want the neck to be flush with the top of the body. So yeah, about 3 5/8. We'll go ahead and put a neck in him too. The neck will go, well, we don't even hardly, since I drew the line there, I don't know. The neck is going to come off like part of the spine on the back of the bird. And then we're going to allow a little bit for the width of the necking material even. And I'll put it about right there. That's cool. Okay. So we got a neck length of 3 5/8. Oh yeah, a pair of calipers comes in real handy when you're transferring dimensions over. It sure does come in handy. So that's something I didn't think about, but yeah, like right here to the bottom of the body. Right here to the bottom of the body, real close. But like for neck length, I could probably even use a caliper for that, widthness, for the width. At its shortest point, what is that? What would that be? The shortest point, it would be more than a 1/2 inch. It would be about 5/8, looks like. Yeah, it's almost 5/8, a little bit over a 1/2 inch. Almost 5/8 at its thinnest spot. necking material. A lot of times I'll just get the end of it and stick it in there. And that's definitely a 1/2 inch. It's got to be. Yeah, it's more than, let's see, it's more than 3/8, that's for sure. I think we're just going to use 1/2 inch necking material. Close enough for me. It's going to look good. A good loose fit for a standing bird, so you can put everything where it needs to go. That'll work. Okay, so we got 3.5. I think what I got on the body ended up being like 3.5. So I'm going to go down. Whoops. Okay, go down. You can mark it too with a pen and then cut it. But like say 3.5 is right there. There we go. That is 3.5. And usually the neck is like 2/3 the size of the body. So you figure, yeah, that's like 1, 2, and then 3, somewhere in that range. So that's what we got. 3.5 for the neck. I've got my 14 gauge wire, and I'm definitely not going to use all this, but it's got a good point on the end of it. And I'm going to go in. I got 1/2 inch necking material, so I'm going to go down about, oh gosh, maybe 1/4 to 3/8 of the way, and then, you know, to make up for part of the neck is going to be, I should go through. There it goes. You know, you're always the jab that good old polyfill, you know, or Excelsior. Sorry. I want a good fit, so, and that neck, I don't want it to move anywhere. So I'll go down here, tap it in. I don't know how tight you done your wrap, you know, your body. Then you go up. I don't know, I'd rather have too much and not enough, you know, to go through the neck and all that stuff. So I'll go, let's see. There we are. Try to cut it at an angle so you got a little bit of a sharp end. And that helps. Helps to have a sharp end on it. And I do. So jab through that necking material. And remember, the chart advised using 14 gauge for the neck and the legs. So, but we're going 12 on the legs. So you try to center it right in the middle, and you want it to go through centered as good as possible if you can get it, if that makes any sense. In other words, if you could come up to the center on the top, that would be great. That's pretty dang close. Good enough for me. I'm gonna go like that with it. Something I like to do, lift that necking material up and run some along his wire. That way you don't have to worry about your neck slipping up and down, causing you a lot of aggravation. Just makes things good and tight. And bend your neck until it's straight. You know, you may not have got it on perfect, but sure it's good and close. There's your neck. You've got your places for your body. Now, we're not going to put the leg wings in yet. We're going to wait. So, I got one there and one there. So leg wings are in good shape. Now we got to blow dry the bird and get him ready to mount. Oh yeah. If you see like places where the excelsior is sticking out, you may want to trim them off so they don't catch on the skin. That way everything just glides and goes where it's supposed to go. Just kind of snip them off. You don't want them grabbing the skin. That's a little bit aggravating. So. Now we'll get the body and we'll start working on the skin and blow drying the feathers. You might try to get some of the dampness out of him. Yeah, he's pretty wet. Got like paper towels. See if I can't get some of the dampness out of him before we start blow drying him, you know. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of, I don't know, I guess the right word is semi-dry him, I guess is the right word. And I don't want to dry him like real dry, but, you know, pretty dry. You know, I still got to invert the head and put clay in the head and all that. I'm debating whether to do it now or not. I don't think I'll do it now. But what I do is try not to use much hot air because it will singe your feathers. You definitely don't want no singed feathers. You may want to start on the wings. That's a good place to get me to start. A lot of times I use a little bit of heat, but not long, just for a little while. And you will get borax on these feathers. Like where you dry preserve them, where you use borax on them and stuff. But this is kind of a long process using a blow dryer. If I do use heat, it's like maybe 2 seconds max or something. I usually kind of count. A tumbler would be great, but I'll go 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. I'll let it just get warm. I won't let it get it hot because it makes the feathers ravel. It singes them and makes them get real kind of curly on the ends, and you don't want that. But at the same token, a lot of your competition people that mount birds for competition will use blow dryers instead of tumblers. Tumblers will accidentally, break a feather or something sometimes. I've had it happen myself. And you get a toothbrush and help, some of these feathers, get them to, separate a little bit. Usually a blow dryer gets the job done. Might get some paper towels and wipe the borax off or whatever whatever you've got to use on hand. Get that borax off. It will stick, and I like to get it off when I can. That's one good thing about a tumbler, it kind of gets that stuff off a little bit. And here again, right now it's doing good with just keep my finger on the button. Maybe occasionally letting off for a couple of seconds. But it may help out a little bit. Some of the feathers are kind of matted down where it's been wet. And I didn't use a tumbler, so a little bit of extra help with a toothbrush to kind of break them loose off the skin. I feel like it kind of helps a little bit. It really does. Kind of break them loose a little bit. I'm doing good with a 3 count. I let it warm up for about 3 seconds, then I push the button back in. That's what's working on my blow dryer. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So it can be broke loose. Even down here, you can break some of them loose, you know. Get them where they'll kind of not stuck to the skin so bad. A lot of them pop loose anyway when it dries, but I try to help it out a little bit. And then we'll get the wings after we get the head. Oh, most important part. I got the tail already. The tail looks good. Now we're just going to do the wings, and I'll show you what that looks like. Coming along nicely. Working on the wings. I'll get back with you. Well, all I got left is the neck. Help it out a little bit. Toothbrush. So kind of break them loose a little bit. Well, let me give me a good once going over, see if I got anything else. I see a couple of small holes I need to do. That's good enough. Looking pretty good. Now I'm going to invert the head and put clay into the skull. Well, see, this bird didn't have an incision down the bottom of the beak, which sometimes comes in handy as far as putting clay inside the beak. But at the same time, it saves on sewing if you can get away with not having that issue, you know, I gotta sew some stuff together too. Definitely. I can tell that. Here's the back of the skull. Okay. I'm gonna get my clay. Start filling all that in. I got my clay and I made a triangle. What I'm doing, I'm trying to make the shape of the bottom of the beak here where we took all the meat out. And what I've did is I've kind of like made a little elongated triangle that's going to fill in that lower jaw where we took all that stuff out. And that's a little bit too thick already. I didn't know that. But let's see. Now that just fits up in there like that. Push it up in there. It's looking pretty good. But you got to make sure you get it down there good. You have to use a little water to sculpt that clay into place. Kind of push it up in there really good, you know. Let's go to the back of the lower jaw back of the lower jaw. That looks pretty good. We can go a little bit further out if we wanted to. There we are. What that is, that's the lower jaw of the skull. All that meat we took out, we replaced. Now we got to do the eye sockets. Some more of my old critter clay, or any clay you got will probably work. It's just less shrinkage with critter clay. But stuff you get at Hobby Lobby works great. Regular potter's clay. We took the eyeball out and it left an indentation in the skull. So we're replacing where the eyeball was at. It's that's all we're doing here. Is stuff like that. And I even want it slightly rounded, like it was when there was an eyeball in there. And I'll get my water. Back over that. Now, thankfully, on this duck we didn't have to do an incision. But if you did, you just turn the beak inside out. And see how that's kind of like a smooth transition with the skull. Here's the top of the skull. So you got like a little bit of a roundness there. And actually right here where this lower jawbone is, I'll throw a little bit of clay in there too. Anything that's an indentation, I'll fill in a little clay there. And it saves you from having to possibly put stuff in later. That's where the jaw muscle is, right there. And of course there's the eye orbit above the jaw. I think you get what we're doing. We're just replacing everything we took off. When we skint the head out, everything we took off, we're filling it back in, no holes. And that's pretty important because you don't want the skin seeping down in those holes. So here we are. Kind of see how that is. There's a little bit of an indentation below the jaw right there. Well, I'll get a little bit of my clay. Oh, a little more than that. Kind of roll it into the shape of the indentation a little bit right here. And you kind of get the idea right there. And a lot of people will stuff a little bit of polyfill or whatever, cotton or something in there to fill in all this stuff that I'm doing right now with my clay. But you know, just kind of keep that in mind. That's what we're doing here. Okay. I say that side looks nice and good and smooth for the most part. Now you want to do the other side the same way. On this side the same way, we're just filling back in what we took out. We're not going to put really any more or any less, you know. No need to do that. That goes in there. Bit of a gap right there. And then we got that little bit of gap right there we got to fill in. We get more. Now you can soften your clay a little bit by adding water, and it's a little bit easier to work with. You know, if it's gotten a little bit dry or something. Okay. Get a little bit of water, finger, get that stuff how it needs to be. Well, you can see how smooth it is. You can see where the eyes go and all that. Sometimes I'll go ahead and put the eyes in now. And what I'll do is I'll put them slightly a little bit forward, but right in the middle of that socket. You can't go wrong if you put it right in the middle of that socket. It may be easier for some to do it the last thing. But what we're going to do, well, I'm going to wait, because what we're going to do, we're going to go through the socket, put a little bit of silicone or something right along the top of the skull. Probably just use caulk or something, so the feathers will kind of stand up with that caulk. And that's what we got going on. We're going to go in like a 45-degree angle, and we're going to come out like that. And you kind of see what's actually there's another one that's more forwards. That one, I like that one better. But there we are. Now what we're going to do is re-inverting. We'll put the eyes in later. Yeah. No, wait. Well, I've done it both ways. I'll show you what I mean. We can kind of see what we did as far as the school with replicating everything. You can see where we basically put in everything we took off. And see how it looks smooth and round up top? The eyes do. That's what you want. Now what I like to do is center that eye socket. I can get an idea. Or you can put the eyes in after. You can put the eyes in, you know, afterwards. It's up to you. You may would like to do that better. But what I'll do, I'll center and maybe slightly forwards. You know, kind of in the middle, but a little bit towards the front. And then I'll mash it in. That should be perfect right there. Maybe a little bit downwards on the bottom, a little bit forwards. That's pretty good. Kind of like that. You can always mash it in more later. I just kind of get an idea. I've had pretty good luck with the centering it and maybe slightly forwards. I've had pretty good luck that way. And you can always push them in. You kind of want to push them in anyway, but okay, I'm going to go ahead and re-invert him now. And you can just as easily wait and do it later. I mean, it's not really any big difference. But start inverting. Here's his beak. Just kind of pull up on his beak, you know. Everything should be pretty close anyway. There we are. Eyes look pretty close. Yeah, if you got any holes that need to be sewed up, right now is a good time to do it. I just got me a good, it's what I sew my ducks up with. I don't know the right size. It's thin. I got some thicker hooks for like sewing turkeys up and stuff with. Just what I'm kind of sort of my favorite needles to use, I guess is the right way to put it. But yeah, I go ahead and thread that it's upholstery thread through the eye. I think button thread works too, but I think what I've been using is upholstery thread. But I think button thread works too. Then I just put a couple knots in the end of it. I got a bad hole around the neck. Just make sure all of the feathers are on the outside when you sew him up. And it should hide a lot of that junk. And then you get the end and trim that stuff off. Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty bad one, but let's make sure the feathers are on the outside, you know. And I pull my needle through, and you can see where I tied the knots in on the end of it. I can bring my hook, bring my needle right through that, and cinch it up, and just This thread does have a lot of memory. It's stout, but in other words, sometimes it's a little annoying to work with. Button thread may be a better option. I don't know. Okay, then just grabbing a little bit of that skin from underneath. I'll pull my stitches up. And you can even go back through that loop, add a little bit of toughness to it. It's not going to exactly want to come undone. Then come back through again, right here on the very end. Yeah, like that. What I like to do a lot of times, of course you can just tie a knot, but I'll do that, and then I'll back one of the threads back out, because it's got two. Just pull everything, cinch everything up, make sure that knot's good and tight, and tie a couple more knots so it don't come undone. Cut the excess off. Looks pretty good. Let's see, did I have another one here somewhere? Thought I did. Let's see. That's good. Okay. Now we're going to start mounting. I know it seems a little goofy, but he's going to have a bigger gauge wire in one leg than the other. The leg he's going to be standing with, I'm going to put 12, and the regular size is actually 14, which I'll go ahead and put in on this side. 14 gauge. And so that's kind of what we got going on. I'll show you a little closer even. You can get a better idea what's going on a little bit. But you should be able to see it okay. Okay, what we got here, I got a point, I just put an angle on the wire, when I snip it with a pair of wire cutters. This one, it was a shot up leg anyway, but right here, right behind the knuckle, if you look on this side, you see the knuckle. Well, on the back side, that first knuckle you come to, I'll get my wire started, a little bit of a twisting action going. Now this is 14. This is, if it was a two-legged mount, I would use this. I don't know if it'll hold up good, with a bird that's standing with one leg. So I'm going a little bit heavy. I'm going to go with a 12 gauge. But you can kind of see it going right up the back of the toe. I don't know if you can see it real good, but it is going up the back of the toe. I'm already right here. Better than I thought I was going to be. Now I'm going up behind the, wow, I'm already up here. That didn't take long. Now I'm behind the elbow. That's where you want to be, is kind of like behind the, like the elbow, I guess is the right word. Now this is tricky because his leg's been obliterated. He has no leg. So I want to make sure that I don't go through the skin per se. I want to go up behind the elbow. See where we're at here. Oh, I did go through. Whoops. Well, you just pull it back out. Whoops, didn't mean to go back that far either. And try to stay in. I'm still in. That's what I wanted. I'm running up the back of the leg. So I got a little bit of a leg bone there. But here's my wire. That's not too bad. And what I'm going to do is, see, this leg's good. So I'm going to use the length of this leg as a template for this leg. And then put a black mark, and I'll know or a red mark, which I think I got a red pin right now. But that tells me how far to go into the body. So both legs, even though I don't have a bone on this one, it'll be the same length as the leg on this side that's got a good leg bone on it. So that's kind of what we got going on. So the leg that's going to be up is going to be 14 gauge, which is regular for this bird. And then I'm going to go heavy duty with 12 gauge on this side. And I hope it works. That's kind of what I'm hoping. I'm pushing the boundaries, I guess is what I'm saying. And it's the leg he's standing on. And maybe I'm still going a little overkill. But, okay, I go in right here behind that first joint. Or I'll try my best anyway. It should fit. I mean, 14 fits so good, surely we can stretch a 12 in there. That's what I'm hoping. Okay, I'm in there. Whoops. Back out. Okay. Okay, I'm in there. Going up the back of the foot. I'm going to bend that back of this wire to give me a little bit of leverage so I can push. Okay. Now I'm still going up the back of the leg. The foot has a little bit of damage on this side, but could be worse. So far, so good. Okay, I'm right now coming to the heel of the foot. Okay, I'm past the heel. I'm going, well, I guess what could be like a thumb, I guess. But okay, I'm going back, going towards the elbow now. Ooh, not through, but I'm getting close. It seems like. Okay, here's the back of the elbow. Come on the back of the elbow. I'm still trying to do my thing. And let's see where I'm at. I'm still at the back of the elbow. Okay. So I went up the back of the foot. That leg was tore a little bit. That was already tore. So that's just the way he was. Okay. Oh, wow, that went through pretty good. Okay, there we are. Bingo. Okay. Now that's good enough to tie. You can use string. That's what most people use is string. Sometimes I get like a little bread wrapper tie or something. Just to kind of help it out, and then maybe put a little string or something on it, but I'll leave that up to you. And since it's a standing bird, we're not even going to worry about putting any wing wires in it. That's pretty cool. So, don't have to worry about wing wires. Okay, we'll check the length of the leg on this bird. This is his good leg. And it goes to, heck, it looks like the leg is 1 7/8, almost 2 inches. 1 7/8. Okay, I'll just remember that, 1 7/8. And that's how far we go forwards on the other side. 1 7/8. You could say 2 inches, it probably wouldn't matter a lot. But 1 7/8 is the length of his leg bone, the upper one. Now, this comes in real handy like on the wings and stuff, but sometimes I will, kind of, see, make sure it's the right way. Okay. That way, okay. Okay, the wire's up and back behind it. I may just get one bread wrapper wire or something, like for standing or something, or not even use it. You don't have to, but right up here at top, I'll kind of cinch the leg bone to it. A couple of good tight ties, and that's kind of up close to the body anyway. But I don't stop there, I can still wrap some string. Got my string, drop it back down in the bucket. Start getting a couple of good wraps. Okay. You just want it sturdy and kind of up against the leg as much as possible. And like I said, you don't even have to do that twist tire thing. And then I kind of lock it in behind the leg. That string's not just like free everywhere. There you go. I may do the same thing to the other side. Just to keep that elbow, kind of straight with the wire. That little elbow joint, it pushes that bone forwards. And this kind of helps a little bit with that issue. And just kind of do it like that. Cut the excess off. Get a little bit more of your string. Same thing on this side. Just a little bit of string to hold it. You don't have to use them little twist ties. I just do it. Go kind of lock it behind the bone. Snip it off. Or you tighten a knot or whatever you want to do to secure the leg. That string there. Okay. Well, now we're done with the wiring. Don't have to wire any of the legs or any of that good stuff. That's pretty awesome. Our neck wire is already on the body, and it's going to go straight up through that hole we put in the skull with the Dremel tool earlier. We go ahead and start searching for that. Kind of lay the neck out a little bit. Probably easier to pan out because I kind of stand the bird up and just kind of look for it a little bit. Sometimes I just stand the bird up and let him hang down, and I can find the back of that skull. It don't take much. And I'm in it. Here at the back of the school. Huh. I'm in the back of the school, but I'm trying to find the hole that we made, which shouldn't be hard. I may have already found it. There it is. Or at least this one will work. Okay. There it goes. I know I'm through the school. Yeah. Okay, that's what he looks like so far. Don't need to pull nothing down, I don't think. I think he's already sitting good. Now let's get these old leg wires aggravating, poking me in the stomach. Here, I'll go ahead and get these suckers in. There's a leg wire marking that we made. We go ahead and I like to go across and a little bit of an upward angle. Now this is the broke leg, so we're gonna have to work with this a little bit, you know, to get it to go. Okay, bring the leg down. Whoa, push the wire through. There it goes, wow. Okay, you pull the wire. I'm gonna leave some excess because we have to, it's gotta be 1 7/8 from the, you know, extended out from the body. We put our bend in it. And you just go back to the body again with it. And then run that leg back up. And run that leg back up. You can pull on that wire to get it good in there. Now from the back of that leg joint, it's supposed to be 2 inches. So let's see what we got here. Or 1 7/8. Okay, where it goes into the body, there's the leg joint. Yeah, that's right at 1 7/8. Sure is. It's about right there. Yeah, there we are, right there. Don't have to do anything. So we got that where we need it. Just bring it up a little bit. Now we do the same thing to this side, but now this is scouter wire. This is the, you know, the 12 gauge. So it's going to be a little harder to kind of push, I think. Not really, but a little. Okay. Okay, the other mark is over here on this side, and I see it. So I run my 12 gauge right through it. May have to turn it sideways. Okay, there's my then just jab it through. Maybe 12 gauge, but it'll still do like it's supposed to do. There we are. Keep these feathers out of the way, and it just goes to show you, I mean, you can use thicker gauge wire if you got it sometimes, you know, you can. It's not the end of the world if you do. It's a good fit though. Here's his tail. I want to make sure everything is adjusted good. Okay. That's plenty. Now I'll just pop back through the body. Kind of work it up, push it out more. Okay, see, work it up. You can even tug a little bit. That's what I like to do. Now we start sewing on him. Okay, I'll kind of bend the end of the wires. I like to keep things in place, you know, where they don't slip and all that weird stuff. And now we're just going to start sewing. That's kind of what we got going on here. And yeah, I could have went a little bit bigger on the neck. Could have went like 5/8. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Now I'm going to sew him up. You can either do a couple of small little bits of sewing or go ahead and get enough thread to go ahead and finish him out. I'm going to try to get enough to just finish him out. Fall short, and then I'll just retie more thread and keep on going down. Okay. Tie the ends off. A couple of knots. Cut the excess off. Start sewing. I usually start at the top and work my way down. Trying to find the center spot. I think that's it right here. I'll just get a little bite from underneath. Work it all the way down. I may go up through the knot again like that. It's kind of like where my little V is, I see. Cinch it up. Go down to the next. Oh, probably, I go maybe even a little bit less than 1/4 of an inch. Well, about 1/4 of an inch apart. Sometimes a little less, I think, even, but just whatever kind of feels good for you to do. And just cinch everything up. Go to the next one. Try to keep your thread straight because it tries to turn on you. Do all kinds of weird things. Okay, then we go to our next one. Put a 1/4 inch down, something like that. Try to kind of get on the end of it a little bit. Okay. Go the next one on down. Go the next one down. Go 1/4 inch apart all the way. I just get enough skin where it's gonna cinch it together and not pull through. So that's kind of what the goal is. We'll go to the next one. If it starts getting uneven on one side, kind of catch it up on the other, if you know what I mean. Like with your sewing. You know, like get a bigger bite on one side than the other and even things back up. That's if they get out of hand a little bit, you know, which they can. You know, where you're taking too much off from one side and not the other. And I will have to retie this. It's definitely not enough thread. But it's enough to kind of work with. But, man, I keep bumping against that 12 gauge wire and it's jerking my duck everywhere. Okay. Okay, I'm going to grab this wire again and you can see it. Maybe 1/4 inch, maybe a little bit less. And I bite right through that very end. Try not to pull any feathers through when I cinch it up a little bit. And go to the next one. And you get the idea. You go all the way down the body. You get to the very, very end. Go to the next one. Well, I'll do this for a while. Kind of fluff the feathers every now and then. And just make sure you sew with no feathers going underneath. And I'll get a little bit further and I'll show you what we got. Yes, the baseball stitch. You go up from underneath, go around, and go up from underneath on the other side. The baseball stitch. And I'll get back with you when we got a little bit more of this done. Try to keep the seam right down the middle of the body. You know, it's easy to get lopsided and all kind of weird stuff. Try not to get any feathers in the way. And getting right on the very edge. Just enough of a bite, you know, for it to go through and pull together. And not pull apart or tear out or whatever. And still a little damp, so I may run the blow dryer back over him again. But just doing the baseball stitch all the way down to the tail. And it looks like I may not be long enough. That's alright. We got plenty of thread. We just keep on going and cinch it together. I'll get back to you when I get done. All the way down there to the tail. Just putting a couple of knots in it. We'll snip it off. There we are. Let me get a blow dryer on his belly. His belly's kind of damp, so. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and mount him kind of like standing on a piece of wood. And what I like to do for that, this leg comes a little pigeon-toed and then in. And it basically, they balance on that one leg. If that makes any sense. So that's kind of how they do. I just got like a piece of driftwood that he wants me to stand it on. So that's what we're going to do. Well, here's the piece of wood that he wants it on. I'm going to balance it. It's going to be... I like it right there. That'll work for me. Okay, then he wants it on one leg, and that's what he's going to get. Okay, now as far as the duck, I know he's going to be standing, so keep everything like how it needs to be, and then bring that foot forwards like that. Yeah. A little bit towards the center here. Because that's how they do. I've looked at reference pictures already, and that's kind of how they do. Now I may need to bring it back about something like that. See how that looks. Now he's going to sit. I'm liking that right there. Yeah, about like that. So I'll mark it with something. I know where to put my hole. When my dremel pulls long enough. There it goes. See if it'll kind of fit on there. With that one good leg he's got. Well, what do you know? I just bent it. It's holding pretty good. Should be about right. Okay, the wings go up like this. Wings kind of tuck up under here. I hope you don't see that. Let's see. You want that head all the way up like that for now. Okay, I got a bad habit in the past of not pulling these wing bones up good enough and bringing that back skin up like it needs to be. So make sure you do it. If you know what I mean. And those tuck up under there. All that goes up there like that. Let's see, that tucks up. Same on this side. Well, it's got to come up. Yeah, there we are. Like that. All that's got to come up. I like to let pins help me out. I'll get a. Okay, I like that wing is up good enough. I like that. I like that a lot right there. So I'll try to get that to stay. Okay, I may move these pins later. You know, that's quite possible. Now that's supposed to come up like that. Now the other side, it's got to tuck up too, which means all this, yeah, it's got to pull up. Yeah, it does the same on both sides. In other words, all that's got to. So I'll do the same thing to the other side. I'll find that spot, and I'll let pins do a lot of the work for me, you know, as far as getting things to stay kind of like how I know they need to be. Okay. I'm kind of worried about one alignment is what I'm getting at. Definitely one alignment. These feathers, sometimes they can cross a little bit in the back. I'm good with it. Okay, I want that wing to sit up like that. Okay. And all this can come up. All this can come up. Yeah. Sometimes you got to pull the skin a little bit to get it to do kind of what you want it to do. You know. I kind of like that. That's where it needs to be. You know, I kind of want alignment. If I can get alignment, that's what I want. Let's see the wing bones. Okay. Now those feathers. Looks like I need about 3 streaks. Let's see how we're going to do that. Let's see. They're almost on top of the back also. But you got, yeah, about like that. That looks good. Okay, let me poke a pin there. There we are. Alrighty. Okay. They're actually kind of a downward top angle to it more. Let's see, how do I get that downward angle? Okay. Okay, oops. Okay. Like that. These feathers can come up over that a little bit, and there's nothing wrong with it. That's the way it's supposed to be. Okay. Okay, and I probably need to go ahead and get the neck in place a little bit also to help. Basically, I'm going to line things up. I want one side to look like the other. Make sure these wings are, I've run in that before, if not tucking the skin up good enough. And yeah, you can move the skin, you know, and it'll kind of help you out. So I'm going to work on this side and kind of tuck that leg up. I think the leg kicks up and waves out a little bit, and but I'll look at the reference picture I've got. After I line these wings up a little bit, I'm going to go down with the head and get that squared away. Well, I kind of like those wings like that on the back. Well, he's looking okay. Just wanting to preen everything. You know, his leg feathers, everything. And he seems pretty good so far. Now you can tape stuff too to keep it from moving around, which is also a good thing to do. But I'm going to go ahead and get his head and push that down. The back of his head needs to go kind of flush with the body. So I may have to that should push down, and it is. Yeah, about like that. Then right here, that wire needs to bend. It's bend right there. Okay, bent. There we are. Yeah, about like that. It's got a little bit of turn to it, all the better. And of course, this wire is way down too far. I mean, it's yeah, it's bent down too far. That's how it needs to be, pretty much. Now all this needs to be worked up. Needs to be standing up. I showed a way to do that. So, well, let me make sure that the eyes are in the right place still. There's a little bit of clay on it, on this eye. Yeah, probably should have waited. Basically what you do is, when you see the eye socket where it needs to be, then you go ahead and put your, that's when you put your eye in. And I may tuck a little under there too, because that, yeah, I'm going to put a little cotton or something under there, because that is too flat looking right there. But I don't know if you can see the eye, but yeah, we definitely want the eye maybe a little bit more forwards. And kind of an almond shape. Can't hardly see the eye, but you want the other side the same way. And okay, that looks pretty good though. But okay, we got that eye where it needs to be, and let's look at the other eye. The alignment is fairly good on this guy. Still got to kick one of the legs up. And after we come back, yeah, this eye is perfect. So, yeah, we don't have to do anything to that eye. Do a lot of preening on these guys. Get them to come out right. They get rust and all that junk on them, you know, from, I don't know, the water that they're in or whatever. That stuff is hard to get out. Sure is. You can definitely use tape to help you out too, you know. Yeah, we definitely want to preen him. Get him all nice looking. Those feathers all kind of right on the, up on top kind of. Do what you gotta do to make him look good, you know. Okay, I'm going to snip this foot right here. I'm going to snip that excess wire off. I pray I can get it with this. I should be able to. There we go. Okay. Now this comes forward right here at the leg. Now it pushes up towards the body. I think like that, yeah. I believe that's what we got. Let's see. Yeah. Sure what's going on with this guy. Okay. What I got is a piece of cardboard. Now this is going to be for the foot, and you fold it in the middle, and it keeps the foot spread out where it doesn't just dry all wrinkled up and together. And according to some of the poses, it's actually does kind of go up, but About like that's good to me. And a little bit outwards. Looks pretty good. A little downwards. Now what we do, we want the foot to have a spread, so we spread the foot out and then we pin it. You have little holes you have to worry about when you finish him out, but that's no biggie. Make sure that toe is kind of up, or that back toe, and then bring it out. Let's see, that looks pretty good. And you can bring it out on this other side. And you can bend the toes to give a little bit of character. You can kind of fold them in a little bit. Yeah, kind of like that. And so you have a foot that's not just wide, like flat. It's going to be a little bit open and a little bit turned where you can see it. And now I'm going to try to get this comb where it sticks straight up. Which, in other words, if I was home and able to work this every day, I could get it. But see, I have to leave out on the road, and it just creates a little extra trouble for me. But it almost is good enough already, but not really. You know, it's got to. And before I snip that wire, I want to stick a piece of some cotton down in his throat area, because it's real kind of empty looking right there. Okay, like right here in the throat area, I just got a little polyfill, and right there in the back of the throat, I mean way at the back where the neck is. It's like really, that looks a lot better. Preening means a lot on these guys. It sure does. Want feathers to overlap the right way and all that other good stuff. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and cut this wire. Oh, let me throw some caulk up in there first. I'll kind of show you what I mean. Okay, what I've got here is, I got that Alex caulk that's got silicone in it. And although I ought to use, I could probably use straight silicone to get away with it, but better not. Okay. What I'm doing now is trying to get the feathers to stay up. So what I'm going to do is go in through this eye. I have to undo my good looking eye. My goal is to get up on top of that skull. And I just got the very, very tip of my caulking gun. And I'm going to go in there and see if I can't do this without too much headache. But basically, yeah, putting a little caulk up on top of the skull. And you can see it's still coming out. So I know I got it in there. Okay. Okay, now I can put my eye back. Try not to get that caulk, on your eye for sure. Which is easier said than done, of course. Quite a good looking eye there too. Oh well. This is what we got right there. And that caulk, there should be some caulk up there. I'm going to think there is anyway. So now we're going to go ahead and cut this wire flush to the head. We got to do that. And I'll go this way so I don't mash no feathers. I get as close to the skull as I can. Uh-oh. It's trying. Okay, there we go. Now, we have to redo the eye again. No biggie. Okay. The eye. The upper eye. I usually like to put 2 or 3 pins in the eyes to get them to kind of stay in place. These little yellow eyes are real good for, or these little yellow pins, pinheads, are real good for these eyes. Keeping things nice and wide open, which really looks good on these birds to have a nice wide eye. Well, it shows in the reference picture. That's what it shows, is a wide looking eye. So I'll put one back. Let's see right there. Make sure it's that's a good looking eye. Okay. Now I should be able to, with my fingers, try to work this stuff around. If there's, should be some in there. I know I put some in there. Yes. I don't know if I got it all the way to the back, but it's in there. And that caulk is trying to come out of the eye socket. Let's see. that excess caulk off, and it'll save on finish work later when he's done, you know. Okay. Okay. So put another pin. Put another pin back there. You use as many pins as you want, I guess. You know, and let's see. Yeah, that didn't work. Pin's not sharp or something. Okay, now this needs to stay up. Okay. Okay, looking pretty good. Got that dirty eye going on though, I can't stand that. Even though it will come off, you know. I'm gonna work this for a while. Hopefully that caulk helps it dry. But you get the point. And I'll reach a certain point and I'm just going to leave it. You know what I mean? And I may throw another pin through here to make sure the mouth stays shut. Or, you know, so I'll put something like the end right there. That'll keep it. That probably needs to go in deeper or something. What's it doing? Okay. Got it. Okay. Yep, gotta have that hood, you know. May not have put enough of that caulk in there. Most likely I didn't. But we do the best we can do is what we do. That's pretty well good enough right there, I think. I think that's got it. Kind of preen around with it. See if you can't get things to do like they're supposed to do. Well, you get the idea. That's actually pretty close right there. That looks pretty good. Now I'm going to preen everything, make sure the other eye looks good. And it's even with this eye. And I mean, you can tape feathers in place to get them to stay. You know, you can definitely do that. Oh, this side looks pretty good too. This other eyeball, pin it, make sure it's good and wide and open like it needs to be. May have to mess around with it a little bit. It may not be exactly how it needs to be. Yeah. I'm going to preen him and everything and let him dry. Well, he's looking pretty good, but I noticed the picture he wanted it to duplicate, the tail feathers were spread out, so I've got to spread the tail feathers out. Okay, so we've got to spread these tail feathers out. I'll just grab a bite of each one. Okay, there's 3. Okay. Okay. That's one side. Well, my lighting's not the best in the world. Apologize. I try to get as uniform as I can with these feather separations, you know. You know, you want it to look pretty decent. That's more than one feather. Let's see. Okay. There we are. It looks pretty good already, just like that. It's sitting kind of low, so I think I'll put something under there, kind of prop it up a little bit. It kind of works. There we are. Well, there we go. And there we are. Shit. That looks good, just like that. Okay, I'm going to let him dry. And I'll see you when he gets done. When he's dry, and we'll finish him out. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. His other foot, the one that's on the wood. That wood is good and soft. His feet look pretty good already. I mean, they're in place. But feel free to stick a couple T-pins in there to keep his feet spread out where they don't like pull together even when he's dry. Okay, I forgot to mention on his feet, you can see where I pinned him to the piece of wood. Just kind of spread his toes out, and you can see how he's standing on one foot. That's kind of how he wanted it. Other foot's a little bit lower than what I like, but that's the picture he gave me. That's kind of what the other leg was doing. It was kind of up a little bit. But yeah, when they're standing on one foot, or one leg, it tends to kind of center itself a little bit pigeon-toed, a little bit towards the center, and yeah, that's what they look like. Okay, first before you finish him out, take all your pins out. You know, the pins you use to keep the wings in place, all that good stuff. Go ahead and take all those out. Usually a slight pulling sensation and twisting is good enough to get everything out. Got some T-pins in here. Got a few pins holding the seat in place, you know, while they dry. Go ahead and take those out. Here on this side, we got a remember we pinned the feet so they could have a little bit of a kind of a cupping effect, I guess. I don't know why. I mean, he's not in water, but that's what the reference picture showed that he wanted. But you know, sometimes that leg will be completely hid out of sight, but not on this particular character. So we take that off. You got little pinholes that you can cover up with just a little bit of caulk or something. You know, a little bit of caulk. Remember that cardboard I pinned on there? I went ahead and took it off. Everything's nice and hard now. Pull your excess tape off. Usually a quick jerking method. I mean, like, that works better than anything for, you know, taking tape off and stuff. Just grab you a piece and be super fast with it. The faster you are, the better off you're going to be. Trust me. I found that out the hard way. There you go. Oh, I just happened to notice that my hand is in the way when I'm skinning my bird out. I noticed that my hand's in the way quite a bit. Neglecting my filming a little bit. Apologize about that. Kind of rushed between jobs a little bit. But I've got a couple of wood duck videos flying and standing, and I think it's actually the same video, but it's one of me where I flesh a duck out. I mean, skin him out and everything, and flesh him the whole 9 yards. And I think it's a little bit better. That's what's on here. I'll try to make this one as I describe it as good as possible. But I think my wood duck video shows a little bit better how it's done. And just kind of wanted to bring that up a little bit. Some of these small pinholes, you know, you can see them where they were holding the feet spread apart. I get like a little caulk on a needle or something. I mean a pin, not a needle. I may spread it out, and it will cover that pinhole up nicely. And, you know, just smear it. Sometimes just smearing it a little bit. Like if you can get your finger on it or something, you can, which you usually can't. But there you go. Cover that pinhole up, and maybe smooth the other side a little bit so it's not sticking out really. But there's your pinhole covered up. So I got a little lycra thinner and a diced Q-tip with it, and my goal is to get that that latex off the eye, that latex caulk. But let that sit for a second and melt off, and so it just comes off. Want it on your bird by any chance, but you can see how it just kind of comes off. Let the lacquer thinner get on there and melt a little bit. That's all I like to do, just let it kind of melt. There we go. Oh yeah, also make sure the feathers are laying right on the tail. You know, there's like the rear ones tend to be the most under. The far left and far right feathers tend to be the most under. Then the next one's on top of that, next one's on top of that. Just make sure all that stuff looks good, where there's not like gaps, where there don't need to be gaps and stuff like that. Now the paint schedule for this guy is pretty well easy. It's just a medium coat of flesh. This is the bird finishing manual that you get through the taxidermy supply companies. It teaches you how to finish pretty much every bird there is, or every duck. Not all of them, but pretty much every one of them that you're going to encounter. But first, it calls for painting with, and sometimes when you're painting these guys, it's good to think of it like you're tinting almost, so you don't apply too much paint, I guess is the right word. But it calls for medium coat from the front, fading out at the back, flesh, and then yellow ochre. And believe it or not, in my reference pictures, I do see a hint of both. It calls for a medium coat of flesh and a medium coat of ochre, yellow ochre, fading out towards the back of the leg. So keep that in mind. You want to see a little bit of both, which I can in the reference pictures. I see flesh and I see yellow ochre. And then you go with your black and kind of darken in your knuckles on your feet a little bit, the knuckles along the toes, and then the webbing in between. Of course, it gets it too. And just don't want to go extremely heavy. And then the beak is just black. And then go back with a satin sheen refracted gloss. You want just like a satin finish. And that's it. That's the paint schedule. Try to be careful of dust. That can be a bummer. That dust gets on there and it shows on that black. I don't know if you've noticed, but it does. Okay, for finishing, I want masking tape on there to keep from overspray from getting on the body. That's hard to get off, especially the yellows. For some reason, are extremely hard. I don't know if I can wrap around with this guy, but I can. I'll kind of block the paint by using masking tape. And do what you gotta do. You may have to cut it down or whatever. Basically, I do not want paint on the body. And so that's kind of my goal. If you look here, I kind of went around the leg where it meets at the body. And that's control overspray. On some birds, you've got a, like right here in the middle up top, if I was doing a mallard, I'm not going to worry about it because this bird is, the beak is black and I'm going to worry about overspray. I'm just going to be kind of careful with it. And, but a lot of times I will, like these corners right here, the corners of the tape, go right down at the front of the beak. And I'll, like if it was a mallard or something, this corner right here would be right down there in the front of the beak. And then use these corners on the side In other words, you tape it. Just like you did the leg. And you just tape it. I use the corners, the 90-degree angles of the corners of the tape to like get into places and cover up, like where the beak meets the feathers. But since it's a hooded merganser, we're just going to paint him back, and I'm not even going to worry about a little bit of overspray. Hope you catch my drift. I just wanted to clarify something. Now, when you do your neck measurement, your neck length, I like to do it from here to there, as opposed to, like, say, from here to there. You'll have a longer... in other words, it's probably good to put your necking material on before you even cut it to size. Because a lot of times you want it to come right off the spinal cord, and it will set it back, as much as, an inch or so, from the front of your body. And a lot of times on my real body, that's where I get my measurement. From the front, instead of trying to do all this stuff and trying to measure it, I'll measure it from the front of the body. But all this back here, I don't include it. That's not the leg. The neck length will be from here to there. And on your real body, that's the way I do it. I'll turn it up on its side and measure it from the frontmost part of it, like from here to there, not from there to there where it comes off the back. That's just something to consider, or you'll come out with a short-necked bird. Yeah, in other words, as far as the neck length, how you measured the neck on the body, which we went from the most outer part of the body and got our neck length from that, we didn't include all that where it's coming off the body. We just went from the farthest part of the body, and that's how we got our neck length. And you replicate that with the artificial body too. That's what you got to do. Or, if you measured it that way, that's the way we measured it. So on the artificial body, we have to measure our neck length the same way as we did on the real body. Of course, you can also use charts. This one has neck material size, neck material length, and it's got a wood duck, which is real close. Looks like 5 1/4 length, 5/8 thickness, which actually will work for a hooded merganser. They're pretty close, and size wise. Okay, I've got my spray thinned down pretty good. Still blowing out. Main thing you want to get the toes and the tarsus, which is the legs. Probably should have painted the duck kind of before I put him on there, which I still take him off, but I don't want to do that if I don't have to. I don't want to go too heavy, for sure. Let's see what we got here. You can kind of fade out at the back. Well, not so much on the flesh, but let's see, with the next color, the yellow ochre. A medium coat, which is not much. Ugh. This might be a little easier to see. Maybe not. The medium coat. You get the toes, don't worry about the webbing so much. Oh, and feel free to use tape around the base too, so you don't get paint on your base or whatever you're using. Okay, I'll take ones to curl, that's for sure. Well, you can see where I'm putting tape even up under the feet a little bit where I can, you know, to keep it from getting on the base. And same thing on this side. You can see it a little bit. Bottom of the foot right here where it's on the base. Let's see. There we are. You know, get something to go ahead and push it down up under the toe a little bit. There we are. Maybe a little bit in the back. And check it out. Taped up pretty darn good. Still got my natural flesh. Applying a medium coat, fading out as you get to the back. Well, with the next color, the yellow ochre, you do that. I think I just pretty much put as much of that flesh on there as I can. Probably see that pretty good. No. Little something in the way there. There we are. Get this other toe the same way. Medium coat. And if you got to pick your bird up or whatever, hey, that's fine. I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right? Remember, we got our tape on there to kind of protect him a little bit. So it's kind of hard to get to, but that also means they're not going to see it real good. So kind of all on how you want to look at it. Getting in there real good with my paint. The other foot, kind of got him up like this. Might be easier to take him off and then just paint him that way and then put him back on. You got options. In other words, I'm getting to him though. That middle toe, definitely got to get that middle toe. Whatever you got to do to get to him. Now you do the same thing again with yellow ochre and try not to completely drown out the flesh. I guess is the way to say it. Might be easier said than done, but that's what I'll go with. Do the same thing again with my yellow ochre. Go with its toes. My idea is to kind of leave a little bit of the flesh, I guess is the way to do it. you know, why put it on if you're not going to be able to see it, right? So I'm just kind of blending the flesh with the yellow without taking out all the flesh, the right word. But I want to coat everything that is covered in flesh. I don't want to mess up and not do that. Alright, so you got to lift him up, whatever you got to do to get to these feet, go for it. Let's see. Not easy to get to. Woo. And however I got to get to him. Same on this foot. I'm just putting a little color there. I don't want to block it out or anything. And I can see how the artificial feet would come in handy right here. Ones that are already painted. They come in real handy in a situation like this. So, there you go. Okay. Now we go to black and we finish him out. Okay, I've got my black. And right here on the toes, or everywhere there's a joint, I will put a little mark. If you see what I mean. Do all the toes that way. And make sure you paint the webbing. Make sure you get that webbing real good. Yeah, the webbing here on the back. Let's see. Wigging out on me again. Yeah, Lifetone paints flow a lot better than some of those other brands out there. I've run into that a lot. You can't beat Lifetone when it comes to flowing. Just saying. Other paints, I don't know what it is. Like they don't stay dissolved or something. They kind of mess up. Well, Lifetone it is for me. You know what I mean? Get them knuckles real good. Whoa. Yeah, Lifetone. Definitely Lifetone. Maybe hit a little bit up the back of the leg just lightly. Darken it up a little bit, but not too dark. Yeah, if you know what I mean. Just kind of give a little bit of scaling detail to those legs. Same thing to the other side here. Right there on the joint. Go ahead and get the wetting while you're at it. Okie dokie. Okay, now you just paint the beak. Get in there and get all see, trouble with it flowing. Life tone is the way to go, folks. Get him real good on both sides on his beak. Sometimes you have like a fleshy color, or like maybe where you skin him out or something. It don't look right. Go ahead and darken him up. Just black. That's all you need. Just black. Underneath even. Can you get it? Okay, now I've got my satin sheen gloss. And, let me get in the picture here. Okay. I just want to put a little bit all over the foot. I'll bring the colors out just a little bit. Not much, but it will bring them out a little. There again, do it however you got to get to it. Back. Do the other foot. However you got to get to him. Turn him around or do whatever you got to do to get to him. And you run a little bit of that black up the back of his heel, right up back through there. And how you take care of that, make sure you spray your gloss satin finish on the legs and the beak. Okay, now I've just got gloss. I like to kind of just hit that out a little bit. You can put plants on there and stuff if you want. You know, if you can kind of get them in there. I'll drill a hole a little bit and then maybe glue like cattails or whatever, depending on how big the bird is and all that stuff. Okay, now I just take my tape off. And look how good and clean that base looks after getting all that stuff off. Voila. Standing on the base and no overspray or anything there. more of that tape off. Look at that. Looks pretty darn good. And, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, and forgot to do it actually. Right here, I shoot staples. Alrighty. There we are. You know, if you have to tap them in a little bit, tap them in there good so it's a good tight fit and it don't move on you. Cut off any excess you need to cut off. And you're done. Some plastic plants on there, you know, if you need to create an awesome habitat. Fake cattails work out real good. And then you call the customer.